not know what day it was. How is everybody going? Rush up 2.
Marky boy.
I hope y'all are relaxing, chilling. Straight clean off. I'm getting electrocuted, I think. Oh, I thought that was gonna be like a passage. Follow Michael through sound station.
No turning back after this drop.
How many are there? I got to assess the room. Shuriken. Oh, critical. You saw that? That was beautiful. And he died from that. It's crazy. I'm too strong. Is there any resources around here? There's gotta be. It's gotta be a ton. I don't like that sound. Oh my God. I think I just went around in a circle. Equipment. Find a protein bar. Protein bar. Hello. There's like nothing in here, dude.
Fake elevator.
There's like nothing in this room at all. Yeah, there's like nothing in here. I thought there would be a lot more. Hold off your new friends until the elevator arrives. How many are there? I only see like a couple. Easy, baby. I thought my knife broke for a second. Get your head stopped. I totally missed. I'm dying. I'm totally missing too. There we go, that was a close one. That's pretty close. I don't want to waste them all. I've got. Oh, well, that was kind of dumb. He's the last one I need to kill. I'm just not trying to die right now. I'm just taking it very. Oh, he's immune because he's already just electrified. Oh, that's not good. Just straight head kicks. Whoa, that was close. That was
That's
all.
enough canned laughter for
That was
one
all head
lifetime.
kicks.
Thank you very much.
That was pretty fun, actually. I wasted a lot of heals.
It's like the Lion, the Witch, and the Looking Glass.
Space Fox 2250. That's gonna be a real year. Anything? Oh, a workbench. Nice. I don't need that. Do I need it? Like, nope. What's the match level? Do fire. Is that water? What is it? Oh, bleed damage. Gives a minor physical damage and a force boost. Successive hits to a zombie. Also apply the traumatize effect. Converts your weapon to inflict bleed damage and gives a minor damage boost. That sounds pretty neat. Oh, I didn't get it because I didn't hold it. Okay, got it. Increase damage but reduces durability, increases limb damage and durability. Yes. What's the match upgrade? 190? Perfect. Upgrade. What else can we even upgrade? Limb damage and durability. Oh, still good. Still chilling. I want the sword. Oh, okay, that already has fire. What about the other sword? I can't do anything with that. Alright. Well, all we gotta do is just make more medkits. And we chilling. Alright, let's go kick some more zombie butt. What's this? I want to jump over the table. Gosh. I actually need some of that.
Animatronics, pyrotechnics, giant spiders, and sexy Kim Canaveral saving the day.
Oh, okay. Not a big fan
The
of
slime.
spiders. Oh, that's very unnecessary.
God, what are you doing here?
Me? Why are you here?
Me, I came to get. I got. We're in trouble. Look out!
Stay back. I've got this covered. Hold on.
Your dad is. We need to kill it.
Jolly good.
How will we kill this thing? This looks crazy. What's this?
You Spider-Man.
I don't know what that did.
Back just
Well,
water.
it is just water. Just dyed green. I want to know how to approach this fight. What does this do? What's this? It's rain. Pump pyrotechnics.
Hellfire.
Okay. I don't know what that does. But I'm assuming if he gets close to it.
You cinematic deluge.
Okay. I missed my drop kick. Oh, you coming in hot. Why is Jacob not helping me? That's me. Sorry. I mean, why is Michael not helping me? I just... Okay. I'm hitting the wrong thing. What does this do? Oh, that's very loud. God damn it. Still don't understand what that does. Is he supposed to be like right here? For something? I don't know. What does these do? Oh, he must hit me. Oh, that's more pyrotechnics. Oh, he's so close to it. He's not even that close to it. Alright, never mind. He's almost dead anyway. Hey, that was very easy actually. Wow, that actually... Okay. Oh. Imagine that I just died from a regular zombie because I'm just talking shit. Oh, she flipped over. Are they all waking up again? They are all waking up. Oh, shit. Oh, that's how you dash. Okay, there we go. Push into fire, Sonny. Okay, never mind. Tell Michael you killed his stalker. Well, Michael can wait. Well, that would have been useful if I knew about it. Alright, Michael, you little pussy shit. I saved your
That one was
ass.
90% guff, Chutney. Oh. You alright?
I'm fine. Just a bit hot.
Hold the salad. We better not be here for a Romero.
Emma's Romero, but of course not. Look, medical supplies.
For anyone we know?
No, well, not yet. It's not like insurance is worth anything these days. We'll need these to, keep us safe. I'm helping.
Sorted. I'm sure they'll come in handy. You and Emma, thick as thieves.
Just give me more than I can ever repay. I can't be what she needs. I can't protect her.
Look, I've got us all the way out of here. But Emma can't budge without you.
She could do anything.
With you as her boy wonder. Stand by her side.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, you there? It's Sam B.
Yodel, I'm here.
Heard you was in the hills. Me too. Got a line on some guns.
Bangers, mash, and gravy.
No doubt. Come meet me.
I should stroll you back. Don't need you getting nibbled.
Well, you don't need to worry about that, okay? I'll be fine. Just go get those guns.
Okay. Stay sharp. Thanks, Mikey. Okay. Shortcut out of here.
He's still a pussy. Meet Sam B in Beverly Hills.
Life is nothing more than an illusion.
Hello?
It's like a poor. Hello, you're through to Jacob. I'll be your Zompocalypse help advisor for this call.
Bruh.
Okay, it's clear you're alive. I have a friend who needs help. Any chance you could get to the Halpern Hotel, like, soon?
That hotel ain't the holiday destination it once was. Who is this?
Hold up. I'm Hannah. I'm hunkered down with my BCLA buddies in the rental we share in the Venice canals, but I've lost contact with one of them. Rav. He's a med student.
I don't do corpse retrieval. Although, if he's a walking corpse, I can put an end to that for you.
You haven't seen the Bobcats in action. He's a survivor, and he's been making unique weapons. He'll make it worth your while.
Unique, eh? Okay. If Rav's alive, I'll find him. Thanks for calling the Zompocalypse helpline. Out.
Down with the stories I picture. The raw ages of cassettes. Still guns with Sam B. We can use guns now. I hope we can use guns now. Inventory. Consumables. Shotgun shells. Keys. Those are quests. Clickbait explosions on the goat pen roof. Search the grounds of any other survivors. Find your way back to the Halpern Hotel. And the clean snatch. Follow the paper trail around the pools of Beverly Hills and steal guns with Sam B. Uncommon range per punctuatory mod. Okay? Don't know how to read that word. Yes. Let's go to Beverly Hills! I've never been to LA. So I wouldn't know how it was like. This shit is so cool to look at.
Oh, Sam, old chum. I'm in Bev Hills. You mentioned
Bev Hills.
boomsticks?
Me and Ronnie are headed to 12 Ark Hill Ridge.
Bev Hills, bro.
So,
Check
Phil, the
out
security
those
guard, is headed down to fix some blockage or something.
Is this like a side mission? Oh no, this is no. The side missions are blue, so this is a main. Oh.
Hello, caustic slime. Pouring out the waste pipes. Run through or find the shut-off. Valve wheel is missing.
I just ate that off the floor, bro. That's gross. Oh. It's on a timer. Oh, that makes it turn to regular water. Okay.
This caustic slime. Why is it in the pipes? Where's it coming from?
That's what we about to figure out. I don't know what I'm
Mommy
doing.
Guff slime,
I'm just
stop it.
turning. I'm just turning stuff. I don't want to go in there yet. Oh, you're a big dude. Okay. Ah, you died. I'm just gonna make him walk in it. Yeah. Just keep walking it. There you go. Thank you for the medkit. I appreciate that. That looks gross. I don't know where to take that. Another medikit. Grab it.
Yes.
Okay.
Fashion.
Alright, nice.
Fucking missing breaker. Fashion.
I don't know what he said. That don't make sense. Alright. And I guess I needed those boxes to climb back up there. Alright, let's go in
Ooh.
this room, I guess.
Bill?
How are you not on fire? I don't have a gas tank. I could find one though. Hilarious. Is there a gas tank anywhere? I don't think so. I would have seen one already. Oh, he hit his head. You saw that? I did not know I can switch to all my weapons just for Y. I did not realize that. Walk through here. Oh, never mind. It was too late. I took too long. Alright, well, I guess that was a waste of time.
It's eating through the pipework. Like it's trying to get out.
Bro, he got crap. Get over there. Dude, I love the slow-mo. Slow-mo's awesome.
Lockdown.
Okay. The water pipe?
A little water clears us of this deed.
Is there a change? Oh.
Left side or right side?
And that's why we have med packs. I don't think that's important.
A bit of simple maths, some knob
That
twiddling,
startled me. I
and
do not know what
absolutely
that
no
sounded
Google
was.
searches for quick solutions. Simple McShimple.
Assuming. I don't know what I'm assuming. Oh.
A plus, 5 stars. Rub my feet and call me gorgeous.
I just. That was clutch right there. That was clutch. I'm assuming no. That sounded gross. Okay. Nice. Oh,
Sorry,
there's a
Phil.
lot of.
No time for diplomacy.
Turn back on. Hurry up. Run. Run. I don't even think I posted. There we go. Oh, they got here way too fast. Hello. Oh. I fell? What happened? Oh! Hello, friend. Oh, I jumped a little bit too early on that one.
Finally.
Access
Back to
the
Phil's
gate
office
control.
and Bob's your auntie.
Bob's your auntie. Startled the hell out of me, man. Anything to pick up? That won't do anything. Crowbar. I'm assuming I'm supposed to break this wall, right? Well, I don't think I'm supposed to do that. Access the gate control room to open the main gate. Why has it been in my way? That would have been a dope slide.
Grease your fun trumpet. I'm inbound.
Repair. Just I can't even repair it. Alright. More medkits. Almost at level 10. What else can I? Oh, I can't catch that. Alright, we off. We're off to the races. Level 10! I don't like hearing just random noises. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. This person over here is just getting electrocuted. Stay down. Very fun. Alright, that's enough. Maybe dope you can air dash. Oh! Made him do a full turn. Made him do a full turn. Oh, that was like a golf hit. Okay, that's a fail.
Zombusters assemble!
Ronnie says this place is packed with guns. Get to busting this gate open.
Why do I have to do everything?
Sorry.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Stand the fuck back.
I feel like
It's
you could just
hammer time.
climb it, can you? The gate can't be that high.
Open sesame.
You could have done that in the beginning,
I got this.
but I guess they just wanted to wait for me. That looks so slow, but I guess
Who's got this?
it does.
Nicky got big game
Stupid
on
amount of
arcade.
damage.
I saw Sir Snow Leopard.
Wow.
Sky, what's up?
niche.
Fake snow too.
Diddy with
Diddy
the
with the
hammer,
hammer.
Kappa Ross.
I'm dead.
Locked.
That's funny. Oh shit.
There she is. Not looking so hot.
How's your day
today,
going?
Nicky. Hey, bitch.
Oh,
Still think you're too good for Ronnie fucking
oh. Shit, Banshee. Oh, well. Ronnie's dead.
Rodney! Hey! That idiot was with me! Right. Who's first?
Well, that idiot is dead. Well, how about you take care of a Banshee? Because she is screaming. Okay, that backfired. I don't know where that went. Well, she won't shut up. Bro, I'm on fire. I got caught in the fire, bro. Ah, I got caught in the crosshairs.
Solid.
Just gonna skip this.
Maybe this.
Right. Who's first?
Well, how can you take care of her? She just constantly scream. Inventory. Where's the meat thing? Take care of the shurikens. They should be attracted to that. Bro, it's like I ain't doing nothing. Damn it, I died again. I'm trying to pay attention to my health at the same time. I don't have no more weapons. I'm about to say I don't know. Wait, why did you just only give me my hands then? Where's my sword? Oh. It is quite slow. My electric sword. Oh yeah, my fire sword can also do as well.
Solid.
Alright, this time we are gonna pass this shower. Niggas are lame right now, bro. Oh, nice dodge, Andy. I can't knock these over. She's done. Finally. We did it! We defeated everybody after the third try. Because we got mangled in the last two fights. Rejoin Sam in the gunner room. Am I missing anything else? Another protein bar. Can't hurt anybody. That's the back. That's the door to the outside.
Ronnie's
How did you
taking
get
up
inside
for
before I
Jesus.
did?
Jesus.
That's crazy.
Shit. It's not your fault, alright? People who ain't like us don't last out here. I told him, but he wanted to be the big fixer. I got big to fuck just keeping him alive this long. Grab a gun and let's get back to Evans.
The arms are fair when the intent of bearing them is just.
Grab your weapon. Oh! A sporting rifle.
Yeah, how'd you like me now, some fucks?
How do I use it?
Shit! Every zombie in the neighborhood must have heard those screams. Find a window upstairs and shoot any motherfuckers coming into the backyard. I'll cover the driveway side from the front door.
Come on, Jay.
Where are the guns? Oh, they're right there.
This is like shooting pigs in a barrel. Grab a gun.
Is it in the inventory? It is. Only 20 rounds. He says go upstairs. Where's upstairs? Oh, I'm like, what the hell? Oh, yo! Oh, it's sick. Imagine. Oh, this is nice.
Hop, hop, hop. Watch and drop.
That's.
I've never done this before. This is awesome. How'd you reload this fucker?
This should take 75 rounds.
Oh! Okay, I feel bad about that one.
I guess it's too late. They just already made it in the house. Oh yeah, blobfish down there. That was a fail. I just gave the room a nice christening of Bio, Blood, and Guts. How you like that? I love this gun, by the way. It's awesome. Those sounds are not it.
Come on, Jay. Use the sights. Zoom, man. Zoom!
Oh! I didn't realize he was still alive. I thought he died.
Fucking building. Bless his fucking soul.
I thought it died. I did not know it was still alive.
Shit, man.
Where's Sam? Sam, I am.
Hey, having fun?
In a sense.
I'm nearly done. I'll see you back at the house.
Listen, I talked to a CDC doc. They're still in Santa Monica. They want my blood for a vaccine.
That's so.
We could all make it. Load up, roll out.
One thing I've learned. The voice on the radio promising to fix all your shit never happens. We're doing just fine.
If Emma wants to come, you'd ride shotgun,
She
right?
won't.
Maybe. You might be surprised. We'll see you there.
New Slayer card unlocked. Get goody. I think that's what that said. We got a new blueprint. I think we missed out on the blueprint at the last place too, which I think we can go back to. I'm not sure. Cause I kind of want to go get it. It was at the table where we talked with the girl on the comms, and it was just like right there, but I don't think I had the chance to grab it. So I want to go see if I can go back and get it, if it's possible. I need to stop picking up canisters. I'm just trying to see what these zombies left on the floor. Alright, let's go see if I can go
Hey,
retrieve
EJ, it's Jacob.
my
Has
item.
Michael made it back yet?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
Lovely. You're a survivor, Mikey.
Yes, getting back was, a lot easier.
Speak to Emma yet?
No, no, I will.
Well, pack your bags. I'll be back as soon as.
Where's the gun?
We are out of here. Thanks, Mom.
All these stupid bees. Oh my god. I can do this. This is nothing. I killed the Banshee and I killed that big spitter guy. And I almost died so many times. And the person dropped some keys. Brentwood waste keys. He's not dead! This fat ass ain't dead. Ugly ass. That's why you just got caught in the crosshairs because you didn't mind your business. Now you get stomped out. I love how I missed completely. Oh, had the wrong game on the whole time. Alright, the comm was back here. You think we can still go in? Oh. Yes, let's go back inside. That's where we came from, right? I can't remember. Quests can be tracked and their goals and journals can be... Okay. Yes, okay. Where was the comm? Comm was over here. Okay, so we did pick it up early. I really hope we did. Okay, now we got rifle rounds and we got shotgun shit. Where? Okay. Just making sure, we can only fabricate the medkit right now. I want to see if we can do the shotgun rounds. I don't know how we could do that though. It's back? No, that doesn't do nothing. Alright, we can leave. There's like nothing in here. I thought I missed the blueprint, but I got it. So conveniently, there was a bench. So I just fixed all of my weapons. Now we can head back and do the main objective. He's a mailman? Oh, I messed up. He's a mailman. Alright, get back to Emma's house. Emma! How far is Emma's house? Why did I do that? Oh, I'm so dumb. 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 I thought I was gonna open the door. Oh, that was so stupid. I was so dumb. Why would they put me back here? What the hell? I didn't mean to do that. You think they still active? Yes, they are. Bro, this dude's like doing like some crazy jump. Bro, relax. He killed. Oh, I thought you killed him from the other. Great. Damn it, I got caught. I almost had him too. Why do they keep spawning me back here? I almost forgot that I also have a huge ass gun now. I forgot about that whole thing. That's a very long string of words. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. This is a crazy gun to have, though. And I got shit beefy. Oh, I've already did open it. Okay. Is that the same dude? Gun? I was waiting for you, dude. Acid everywhere. Huh. Making sure I'm getting all the necessary things, just in case I need to rebuild again. Oh, that called me anyway. Damn, I thought it wasn't gonna reach me because the first one didn't reach me. And I'm running out of ammo too. So you can't always rely on guns. They ain't always going to save you. If you don't have ammo, what can you do? Oh, you over here now? You sound disgusting. Methods. Nope, not that again. That was the wrong move last time. This one is... Oh, wow, a lot of stuff. I need more ammo. Equipment. Still no damn ammo. Okay, where's the blob? There's too many rooms in here. A lot of dead bodies. Oh! You got a little bit too happy. Did the blob leave? Because I still wanted to fight him. I think he left. Never mind, he's over there. That's not what I meant to use at all. Did not mean to use that. Okay, that did nothing. Besides just get him mad. Oh shit, a feisty one. You just taking those, bro. I just healed myself while also taking damage. It's good gaming. Go Lurk just got home, about to grab some dinner and smoke. But appreciate you popping in, and I hope you enjoy both of those things. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, I didn't even see you there. Electric? I don't have my electric weapon? But I say, what the hell?
Is
This
that
game
the
be fire?
prankster or
It
the
definitely
floater?
is fire.
Only one way to find out.
I just started playing this yesterday. It's pretty fun. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, you're a bastard for that. Oh. Ah, run. Cosplay! I'm off to bed, bro. Got you tied up. Where do you live? Where do you live? Like, what state? P.S. Dead Alien is awesome. Yes, it is really fun. And they spawned me. God knows how far back. I don't know where I am anymore. They just spawned me in a random ass location. Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Oh, okay, so we are totally in 2 different time zones. Alright, that's why I'm like, why are you going to sleep so early? It's only 8 o'clock. Hello, I'm lurking you and lurking. Okay. Appreciate the support. I don't know. Okay. What? Oh, let's climb that shit. What is the blue marker? What do I have to do? Who are you? Oh! I remember this place. What's up, bro? How you doing? Oh, I am broke. I have no money. Just always remember, bro, you get what you put in. If you see a fellow goat streaming, just support it. No, yeah, of course. That's what I do with everybody. Electricals, I don't need any of this. Nail gun, rifle, heavy rounds. Kits. I don't have a nail gun, so I don't think I need that. But I am buying this though. Make a trade? Yeah. I don't know why I traded him. I don't think I need anything else. Should buy rifle rounds though. As of right now, I can make them. Wait, what did I just bought? The fuck? Oh, this fuses. You need fuses to reach the loot? Yeah, or dude, just at least one fuse, at least one.
I feel fucking useless.
If people support me, then I will definitely support them.
Hey, you were looking for my
No question, no questions asked. But
Lovely.
also
Now
subscribe
keep the doors locked and
to
don't
the
start any
YouTube
more
channel.
signal fires, okay?
Trying to hit that partner goal, and and Jesse looked dead inside.
You know, you're good at this.
I am good at this, thank you.
Apocalypses.
I am a professional.
Yeah, I am. Finally found my calling.
But hey, I'm not. Roxy and me, staying out of trouble is like a full-time job, man. I've only ever been really good at one thing, and I barely even do it anymore.
Got some whiskey. Man, you guys inspired some of the worst fan art in history.
Ouch. And exactly. Like, what have we done lately? I gotta find that spark again, man. Get back in touch with the gods instead of just the whiskey. Oh, Farouk.
Bless you.
Farouk's our producer. He lives next door down the hill, like totally obsessive about discographies. Collects every master tape and unreleased track you could imagine, including ours. Hey, some of those had real promise. I wonder if maybe sample them? Hey, I'll be right back, man. Tell Roxy not to worry.
Steady, you're a baked bean, not an apocalypses-ing bean.
I'm not?
That
No.
was terrible.
We both know I'm the player, the slayer, the soothsayer. You can use that if you want. I'll go get the tapes.
Oh, kick ass. If Farouk's not home, just ask his boyfriend Dave to show you around. Tell him I sent you.
Ricky, nobody will be home, even if they are, if you know what I mean.
Anytime. Gauze and
You know,
whiskey.
if you want to get us a reward, we're running a little low on
You look
chips.
right.
Cheesy ones.
Reward? Cheese for the G's.
Get back to Emma.
Listen, you got bigger problems. The zombies have other ideas. They're
They're
starting a
upset
cappella
for-
clubs at all the old rock venues.
Oh, for real? Those assholes.
He gets like this every month.
I can see.
Last time you heard any gods and whiskey songs?
What the hell is that? I am switching way too fast. Bro, you need to chill. What is the question mark? What's the question mark? Curious. Get out of my way. Bloodsport. That was straight to the stomach. Stupid. What's in here? I don't think I've been in here. Have I been in here? I can't remember. Doesn't look like it. There's nothing in here. Whoa. Damn. Sucks for that person. Coming in. And this person has bongs and weed everywhere, damn. How do I leave? Where's my gun? Clean all, baby. I hear something else. How did that canister get to me? That's crazy. How? What the? Dude, that's wild. I love how that canister got to me, but not him. Like, what the hell? How does that make sense? Can you shoot this? You can't. You can't shoot it. Took his head off. Thought there was going to be something here, but it doesn't look like it. Because I was looking at the map, but it doesn't show me anything. Get destroyed. Don't need that battery. What's in this house? Okay, I totally missed. Oh shit. That actually got me. This house is gigantic. Who lives here? Like 5 people? Why doesn't it be so big? I guarantee you, this place they do not have kids. Nah, I don't know. I'm just assuming shit. I should. Shut up! We went across the room.
To your new journey of meditation. Here, you'll rest your mind and soul. Here, we'll reach that divine energy together. Now, close your eyes. Breathe in.
Shut, bro. Try and listen to the soothing sound of her voice. Okay? Be respectful. Nah, this house is way too big. This is crazy. So much stuff. Oh, that was clutch. Okay, I guess you can't jump on roofs. That was just stuck, apparently. Thanks for the medkit. What's happening over here?
Huh.
Okay, that's where we need to go. Can I jump the fence? I don't think so. Bro, she flew. I don't know where she went, but she flew. What we got here? It's just scraps. Yeah, let's not bother them. Just keep it going. Come on. Don't mess with me. Oh, he got a machete straight through his brain. It was like they were just waiting for my presence. That man just barfing. Oh! I thought they would all be dead, but I guess not. Come at me. He's gonna explode. Explosion jutsu. Ooh, 193. But I don't want a club. Art is explosion. How did you know it was me? These houses are crazy.
Back. He said you saved him.
I know I did, though.
All together like a big happy. Oh, fuck.
Damn, man. How long you been bit for?
Oh, Michael.
Shit, we got to deal with this right now.
Don't touch him. Go check on Andrea, see if she's okay.
Dad, this ain't no game, Emma. You know what's gonna happen to him. The same thing that happens to all of them. Now let me...
This is my house. It is my rules, Sam. Go.
If he so much as twitches funny, you know what you've got to do.
I do.
Who is your favorite character
Michael,
so far?
you're not fine. We'll get you help, okay?
Emma, sweetheart.
Don't even think about it. I took you in.
Fair,
You owe me this.
fair, fair.
Put the gun away.
Seriously, Emma, he's turning.
You don't know that.
Hey,
Emma's gonna die.
the 2019 Best Supporting Actress Romero goes to...
Oh, my lucky charm. This is why you left.
Emma.
I think I've got a special blood. I'm zombie proof. I just...
Emma's gonna get
Yes.
banned.
Yes, you have the special blood. You're going to get through this. Michael. Michael. Michael, please wake up. Please.
Okay, that's alright.
Put your bets. What's gonna happen?
Why do you get to be the special one, huh? Who the fuck are you?
Emma.
Get out of my house.
What happened?
Who do you blame in that situation?
He'd been bitten. I should have noticed. I'm sorry, Andrea. Truly, I am. Emma,
Well-
I have to leave.
Looks like you're going to send Michael alone. I will blame Michael because I feel like he just shouldn't just not got bitten, but I feel like you can't really say that because That's not easy. But I want to try some of these quests. Clickbait explosive on the goat pen roof. Check it out. There's a bench in here. I forgot. I think it's downstairs, right? No, it's not downstairs. Somewhere in this house there's a bench. But this place is too damn confusing. So I'm not even gonna bother trying to find it.
Can't do this. Don't go.
Shit happened. Sam can hold the fort here.
Sam! You think there's room for me and my family in his apocalypse fantasy? Once he gets inside them as bounties, we're all fucked.
Hey, there you are. Shit been way too loose around here. Martin almost bit Emma.
Michael!
Right. Now on, no one goes outside except me.
No one? Really? Come on.
I keep saying, don't trust those fucks. You're better off here.
Yes, stay.
I'm immune. I've got to try. This is my path.
Okay, learn the hard way. I got one last tip for you.
Do spill.
When I had to get around Banoi, I used the sewers. I ain't saying they're safe, but you can line them up.
Sewers.
You'll be back. Hey, Emma's pretty shook up. How about you fix her some of that motherfucking Yorkshire pudding shit she likes?
This is the end.
Nah, we both know that ain't true. Keep the faith. Sewers. All the way to the coast.
How do I know? What's this? Is it? How do I know where the side quests are? Does it tell you on the map? It does. Search the ground for any survivor. Clear waypoint. Exit zone. This is where I need to be. Not yet discovered. That's in the back. Search the grounds for any survivor. Let's try that. But was that already on my list? It wasn't. Or was it? Oh, it's that one. Okay. Slow moment. Alright. Flashlight. I tried. Feel like I'm going the right way, right? The music just got intense like crazy. Get right. Alright, let's figure out how to get inside. They don't let you scale walls, which I feel like that kind of sucks. I'll try another way. Also. Just why? Can you just break the door? I would just break the door down. At this point, it's a zombie apocalypse. Who like?
Oh, Jay.
Just
Always
break the door
late to
down.
the party.
I kill the party crashers.
That you, kid?
There's only a couple of them.
Hey, nah, I was too slow.
Son of a bitch!
I did
I say.
I did get her killed. I was actually way too slow. I was actually way too slow to save her life.
Some damn fine work.
Is that everybody? I can't even tell.
Hey, get over here. I need to talk to you.
I think okay, yeah. That was pretty simple. In a realistic world. So do I have to climb up to him? Are you gonna open a door? Or like... That was kind of rude, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. I apologize. I don't know how to get up to you, dude. Oh, this is a crime scene. Is that living legend Curtis Sinclair? How do I get up to him? Oh, I just talked
It's
to
a
him down
damn
there.
shame
Okay.
about that girl, but I'm sure you did what you could. Curtis Sinclair's the name. Did a bit of acting in my time. Ask your mother, kid.
What if I don't want to ask my mother?
Dark times.
No fucking way! Soylent Mauve is a classic.
Listen, I need help. Years of doing my own stunts means, well, the old hip won't survive this drop. I need to get my chairlift to get down, but the power in the house is gone kaput.
Yeah, the grid stripped all over the neighborhood. Maybe the whole city.
Check the connections down at the end of the yard. See if the problem's there. Now, if you can get things running, I can buzz you inside. Godspeed, kid.
Godspeed. Alright, where do we need to go? Restore power to Curtis residence. Oh! I was pressing X, bro. I was pressing X, you motherfucker. My controller's turned off. What the hell happened? My controller turned off. Out of nowhere.
I'm no electrician, but how hard can it be?
Apparently pretty hard. What am I supposed to do?
Look at me, Mum. I'm a Sparky, like Uncle Trevor.
I did it. I'm also dying in the process. Okay, I figured it out. How do I get back upstairs? This space is too damn big, bro. Open the door
We're not
then.
out of the woods yet.
Can you open the door? I just want to break the window entirely. You know? What else do I need to do for you, old man? Oh, come on. You took care of the back of the house, but not the front of the house? Or was that the only one? Can I come in now? Thank you. Jesus. I ain't an animal, dude.
If you're
Listen
gonna
to
fight these things with grenades, don't do it in your own home. Now,
Fair.
the lift rail looks dirty. Power it up, and I'll take my chances.
Buckle up for a white knuckle ride. Wait for Curtis to buckle
My
up.
ears are playing tricks on me, or trouble's on its way. I'm gonna need you to clear the runway.
Okay. I don't know what that's gonna mean.
Check that one for silverware. Someone around here has sticky fingers.
Oh, fuck.
I just know it.
I thought they were coming from the front, not the back. Mop up the stragglers.
Well. If it isn't my snot-nosed, spoiled rascal nephew.
His nephew got
Favorite
turned.
seeds of the zombies.
His nephew got turned. Wait for Curtis to touch down. Ooh, we got some nice food here. I'm not even paying attention to him.
You got a minute?
He did not. Not gonna lie, goated. That's fire. He just can't walk. Or something.
What a great memory. Noise complaints from the neighbors. You wouldn't catch me dead in that chairlift.
You walk too slow, Gramps.
Someone up there must really like me if they sent you to save me, huh?
I guess so. I guess
Not sure
so.
what I did to deserve it, though.
Well, Mum was partial to a Sunday afternoon with Curtis Sinclair. God rest her soul.
Listen, anything in this house you need, it's yours. It's the least I can offer you. We damn sure can't stay here, though. How's it looking out there?
The joint residence is taking survivors. Emma was quite explicit. Bring me your poor, your rake-wielding maniacs.
Well, I'll be damned. The neighbors were here all along. I ought to give them a piece of my mind for not checking in on me.
Yeah, well, Mr. Steele's no longer with us.
Mr. Steele,
Us
girl.
being the living.
He's dead. Damn shame. The son of a bitch owed me money. Oh well. I'll make my way over there after I say my goodbyes to this place. Yeah, you did good today, kid. Thanks again.
I can chum you back to Emma.
Ooh.
Mum
A lightweight.
would not be happy if
golf
I let
club.
you get
I don't
much.
want a late
Watch your
golf club,
tongue,
but I'm
kid.
gonna sell it
I'm
though.
old,
Thank you.
not senile.
My inventory's full. Never
Mickey
mind.
here will make sure I get there.
My
kid.
inventory's full.
Fine. You'll see.
These are pretty good weapons though. Oh, like, I don't care for these though. The claws? I don't care for the claws. That's the basic sword. You can drop the basic sword. The slash hammer. I'm gonna sell this. It has 2,000, so I might just keep it.
Well, if my aim was like it used to be.
What's the other quest? I want to do one more quest. Let's do. Find your way back to the hotel. Look for the master tapes, and I don't want to do that. Hannah is a college student at VCLA Go Bobcats and fellow survivor of the Zompocalypse. You answered on her call for help. She asks you to track down her fellow Bobcat Rav, who is presumed to be at the Halpern Hotel. Okay. Let's try it out. Rare melee mod. I get a new mod. I hope it's a good one. I wouldn't know what to do with a freaking mansion this huge, because I would just stay in my room all day. Blueprint. So many doors, dude. What the hell? Oh. He can't open the door anyway. So he's just stuck there, and I'm facing a wall. What's through this side? Oh, it's the kitchen.
Mine. All mine.
Anything else? I don't know what that meant, but okay. Let's go kill that blob. He was in the front. I also love this gun, by the way. This gun is fire. Oh! I'm hitting her with a police club. Is that everybody? Yeah. Ooh. Damn. Needs Curtis garage key. Where's his garage? Right here, right in front of my face. Guys, keys? Nope. Oh, we got inside the garage. This gotta be a workbench, right? Our broom is 208. Another blueprint. And we found a workbench. And we have too much scraps. And we found Curtis' garage key. Alright. Time to do some repairs. Let's upgrade the gun. Uncommon range military mod. Gives a minor physical damage boost. And then we got speed loader and we got hound. Increase the damage of critical hits, but reduces your standard damage. Increase reload speed. I'd rather go with the reload speed. Reload speed any day. What do I want to get rid of? All these are pretty good weapons, just in case you are in a pickle, in a bind. We can scrap this one. We can scrap the knife. Scrap the baton, but keep the shovel. That's fine. Let's craft some more medkits. What else can I craft? I can't fabricate nothing else. That's the map. Sources, keys. How do I add more? I got the heart one, and then I got the girl that's biting into something. That block or dodge attack from a minor boost of damage. Go for the knees. Slide attacks get a major boost to damage and can send regular zombies flying. Be the earthquake you want to see in the world. Ground pound attacks get a major boost to force. Indulge in a vicious cycle of death. Slay zombie for a minor boost in damage. Go with the serial killer. Oh, we haven't even tried these yet. No mercy. Don't let up. Attacks to zombies suffering a harmful status. Just effects get a moderate boost to damage. Hit them while they're down. Knock down a zombie for a moderate boost. Quick fire. Hit a zombie with a curveball. Their loss is your gain. Main a zombie for a boost to your attack speed. Can't change anything else with this one. Drop kick, flying kick. While in the air to perform a powerful jump kick. Okay, we got flying kick, we got jump kick. What's this one? We got block. I don't even know how to block, honestly. I never blocked it before. And we got dodge. I feel like I've been using dodge more than block. I'm gonna try block. How do you block? Oh. I didn't mean to do that. That's kind of dumb. Did not mean to do that. Alright, find your way back. Get my face. Alright, that was simple. Alright, let's go fetch this quest and get it over with. Get this side quest over with. Is there a big guy? What the hell is that? That sounds like a bird. Oh, am I going the right way? What's up, Amanda? What you doing?
Don't be shy. I put on my shorts like any other normie. 2 feet at a time.
She's downstairs. Who was that Emma girl? Amanda girl. Sorry.
Rest in pieces, Obi. Remember, crime occasionally does not pay.
Oh shit. Where is she? He just put himself in the water. I'm just gonna leave you there. So where's Amanda? God damn! Okay, where's Amanda? Is she up there?
Oh shit! Someone came! Hey! Over here!
Shot, am I blind or deaf? Where is this woman?
Hello?
Yes?
Put the oil on.
Okay. Welcome. I don't know where you are, woman. I feel like I'm just talking to a ghost. At this point, because I don't know where you are. Like, is she on the rooftop? Like, how you doing? How's your night going? I'm trying to find this woman, Amanda, which I can't seem to find her. I don't know if it's important to find her knees. Goat pen masticator. Is she like downstairs or upstairs? Because I can't tell. And I need the keys for something. Oh, that room. This room is too big. This is why I hate big houses. I would get lost. Like, so fast. Is she in like a safe room? You're the same model. I just killed. I'm almost on level 13. Where's this woman at, bro? Boobies. Oh, cable. Okay, I thought it was gonna be better now. Can we get a strike? A strike right here. I missed. Where'd it go? Where'd the ball go? What the hell? My bowling ball just disappeared. My bowling ball just vanished and I don't know what happened to it. That's an intercom voice message that just keeps on replaying. And me thinking that there's a person here. But there's still zombies like around there. I found the key? No. A audio journal. Cool.
Hey, what's up, Cody? Hey, what's up? What's this? Episode number 100? Can you believe it? It's insane. How did we get here? No idea. I actually want to ask the G quiz.
We're listening to a podcast right now. Oh, there she is. My shovel broke. It's Iggy Azalea. I'll be back, chat. Bashing some heads. Where did it go? How was stream though? Guru. Snack bars restore health and energy drinks restore Furry plus a small bit of whatever it said. Look for Rav in the Halpern Hotel. I just gotta look for him. How big is this hotel? It's pretty big. I'm assuming the black part is where we can't go. I'm assuming. What do I need? Military supplies case. I need a key. Okay, I gotta find a key. Still can't fabricate anything else besides the medkits. I don't need that. I can't auto. Let's get a move on, shall we? Bashing heads and ain't taking names. I just threw at his leg. I keep switching so fast. I keep passing my gun. Crouch hit, headshot. Are you blocked? I'm on fire? What the hell? Oh, damn it. I don't like the blocking. I want my dodge back. I miss my dodge. I don't like the blocking. The blocking is irrelevant. Thank you for the raise of 4. Arctic, welcome in. Hello. Thank you for the raid. We are currently trying to find Rav. Relax. Nice. Oh. I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling. Welcome, first time. First time here, I see. Thank you for the raid. We chilling. We vibing. And we are beating up some zombies right now. And we having a great time. How was stream? Was it fun? Whoa. That's a 1 and that's a 2. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the universe? Does anybody remember that commercial? That shit was famous. But if you gotta raid and bounce, appreciate it. Whoa. I killed 5 of the 16 Colossuses. So far, started feeling tired, not sure on how I feel about the game. There's a lot of stuff that it doesn't even tell you about. Like what? Because I just started playing this like 2 days ago, so I'm brand new. So let me in on some details. Can I take that energy drink? Where would this guy be? Oh, they were just making out with each other. 'Cause I thought she was dead. Get out my face, woman. Can't jump that. But yes, if you do not know me, my name is Otaku-san. I play a lot of JRPGs, scary games, music type games. I like to talk about music. Like to talk about anime a lot, too much actually. Nice. Not the screamer. The screamer's weak anyway. Hold on. There's fireflies that point you towards coins and fruits and trees to shoot down and eat, and it doesn't tell you like anything. I never would found it possibly. Had it not been for someone stopping me and telling me what type. I'm gonna try that. Excuse you, I'm busy. Thank you. Are you talking about? No, I don't think though. I don't think these can come down. What type of fruits? And what trees? Oh, Rev. What? What was that? Look for Rev and the hotel problem. I don't like that noise. There's so much happening over there right now. I don't know what I just picked up, but I picked up something. I need more ammo for my gun. I don't like the blocking. I don't like the blocking. Sledgehammer? I want to know what fruits you are talking about, because I want to try that too. I want to try that as well.
Okay, Rav. Hannah said you were here somewhere.
Please remain calm. Your safety is our priority. Well, everyone is dead already.
Hello. Welcome to the Halperin Hotel, where we are dedicated to providing you with the ultimate luxury getaway. For room reservations, press 1. Wedding planning services, press 2. Other event bookings,
May I take
for
you?
intimate weddings,
Oh, I can't be a receptionist. I would die.
our
I
platinum
can't.
membership plan? You'll get exclusive Hello. Welcome to the Halperin Hotel, where we are...
Okay. I don't want to go outside. It was a party. We've been in here before. This place is not new to us.
Fucking piece of... Oh, hey! Hey! Up here! Balcony!
What's he doing up there?
Rav. Hannah called us on Apocalypse Helpline.
Also subscribe
You'd
to
like
the
some
YouTube
help?
channel. I'll be posting
So Hannah got at
VODs
least
from
part of my
every
message.
stream.
I'm glad you're here.
I'll be
I was only
doing
halfway done.
from now on.
You'll be halfway done in a minute, old lad, if you don't follow
If
me
you
out.
don't, if
I don't
you
need an
can't
escort.
catch
I need data.
the streams, then
A
you
paramedic
can
friend told me her
catch
ambulance got requisitioned to transport barrels
the
here.
VODs.
The
if
soldier
you
said it was
want.
stuff to fuck up the zombies.
What kind of stuff?
That's what I need to find out. There were scientists here. I found their workspace, but zombies found me and treated me up like a cat. I need to look at their notes, see if this weapon is something us Bobcats can use.
Or something all of us can use. Okay, I'll have a nose around the ambulance. And we need to clear out these zombies. You know, this place has a DJ set up.
Music! Loud music! Yes! Okay, I'm good with tech. I'll make this work. Let me know when you're on your way back.
Look for a ambulance in the hotel parking lot. Okay. You can kick while sliding, but I didn't put that on. Okay. Well, that happened. I just throw my knife. Ah. That's a good way too. I'm a menace to society. Give me all your equipment. The protein bar too. Thank you. What's under here? Hey, oh yeah, oh we got wire. I thought that was going to be some handguns. Not handguns. Freaking ammo. Why would I say handguns? What the hell? Some batteries. Let me find an ambulance. They put barbed wires.
Ah, bollocks.
Search around
Hey,
the
Raph,
ambulance.
it's a Thunderball out
Did they
here,
transport
so I'll be a couple of minutes longer.
stuff to fuck something
Now on
up?
my way to the workroom. I powered up the DJ setup by the stage in the ballroom. It's ready when you are.
Be with you in a jiffy.
Caustic puke. It's like they're adapting their weapons to us as well.
I can't see. Damn
I
it.
get my second best pair. One of them on the dissecting table.
God, this stupid block doesn't do as much as I thought it would. I'm just trying to pick up that med kit, dude. Let me pick up the med kit. Where's the med kit? Thank you. Doing so much. I can't afford to die. I made it this far, you know? Yeah. Where's the bleed one? Just don't make him bleed. One good measure hit. Okay, that was very good music. No? Search around the ambulance. Did it transport stuff to fuck up the zombies? Just water and whatever it is. Oh, a heavy revolver. Nice. Well, I can't really look around the truck. Trying to jump on the barrel. I can't jump on that. There's nothing around here. What am I supposed to be looking for? Oh, that?
Yellow, Rav?
Hey, what'd you find?
Okay, I had a hunch, but I needed to be sure. This stuff is an alkali called Caustic X. They've been making people soup all over the valley and
You
flushing it
just said
down the
people
drains.
soup. That's disgusting.
Surprisingly smart, actually. I was experimenting with acid, but it dissolved my weapons. They went alkaline instead. And I bet they used it in a live one. We're a go on the DJ setup here. Come drop the beat so I can get at their notes.
I'll put my dancing socks on.
While they're heading to you, I'll get what I can.
Okay, just give me a workbench. And we cool then. Battery generator. Oh, okay. I need a workbench. fact I can't just go inside through the window is absurd to me. Oh, I shouldn't have broke that off. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares? We're running. Drop the beat to kick off the destruction Rave needs. Let's get this party started!
Music to disavow to!
So I'm just supposed to fight these all off by myself? Like Ravage is not gonna help? What's up? So what's the point of this? My god. Brawl in the ballroom to keep zombies focused on you and buy Rev some time. Okay. I'm understanding the assignment. Whoa, shit. $40 plus. Update Red on how things are going.
I found their notes on Caustic X usage.
Jolly good. Home for tea and cake.
Caustic X works.
Home for tea and
more or
crumpets.
less. But it shouldn't work as fast as they think it does. Up for some field work?
I don't know where you're at.
Stupendous
Update Red.
violence. I guess the tea and cake could wait.
Loving the attitude. Baller as hell, no cap. And yes, it does. I need you to use that solvent to kill zombies. You said they filled up the pool, and I'll observe from the top floor.
And compose a heroic account of my delayed gratification.
It's not science unless you write it down. Well-known fact.
And it's not an heroic accomplishment without tea and cake. Remember that.
That's what I've been training for and get ready to melt some zombies. Time to kick some motherfuckers in the pool.
I am good to go. In performing this science.
By that you mean boot hamhead.
Straight in, baby.
You wouldn't mind.
Damn it, I'm messing up.
Fuck yeah, that was awesome.
I didn't put fortune in the pool. Can you, guys, excuse me, guys. I have a task to complete.
Holy shit! I need popcorn.
Yep. Good. Oh my god! You're doing too much! Just to get 14 zombies in a pool is taking me this long. And I need a medkit or energy or something.
Hey, no big deal, but I think you just dropped your crown back there. Damn! Woo! Amazing! That was straight fire, beginning to end.
I do want to kill them all though.
Pretty effective. Get you back in the ballroom. I'm on my way there now.
I do want to kill them all. Alright, where did I go? I go back to meet Rev. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I hope my commentary is decent or okay. If those are even the right words to use.
You are hell on wheels, you know that? Fucking pleasure to watch. I checked back in with Hannah and everything's cool now. Thanks for your help.
That's what the Zompocalypse helpline is for. Please give me 5 stars.
Now I know it works. It should be simple to causticify a weapon for maximum melting instead of using acid. Until I do though, here. To the victor go the toys.
Ooh, I just got a naughty tingle in me dancing socks.
I'll head back to the canals and apply what we found here. We're all in an arms race now, and we have to win it.
I don't know what any of those words mean. New curveball unlocked. You got X-Bomb. Dash strike. Can't afford to die. Where's the screamer? Where did she go? I hear her again. That was just one clean headshot. I don't think I'm going the right way. I don't know why I picked up that crowbar. We'll go over to Santa Monica. I'm almost. Oh, I'm so far from level 14. I'm nowhere near close to level 14. This reminds me that I really want to play. I want to play Left 4 Dead. That game is just too fun to play with friends, and that just flew right back into my mind. Left 4 Dead. Haven't played that in a long time. That has to be a real person, right? There was a third floor? Or did it? Wait, no, I think I already knew about the third floor. What's on this side? Pen master key, damn it. I came in this room before, right? No, I didn't. What's that? Gardening mace? 250. It's a rare weapon. It's a rare! You can get rid of the crowbar. I don't care for it. I was in this room before. Where's Amanda at? That's not a real person. It's just a freaking intercom. Where's my... I think my fire sword is broken, right? It's just broken. A rake? What the hell is a rake gonna do? I got a golf club. Let's see if that does anything. I really need a bench. I made it this far. Whoever that voice is getting old. Where's the handgun? There you go. Oh, I hate that. Well, I should do 1,000. Give me my energy drink. We got to a garage with a workbench. Never mind, there's no workbench. Oh, damn. He's dead, right? Oh no, but she's not dead. But now she's dead. Thought I bought a fuse. That sucks. Whatever. I have no damn. All my good weapons are like kind of broken. No, stay back. I'm not dying, dude. I have like one hit left. I can't afford to die. I don't want that bad. Thank you, medkit. I gotta go in the sewer tunnel. Kinda wanna do that right now. What's this? Okay, I don't know why those are green, but sure. Can I like fast travel back real quick? No, you can't. There's no fast. There is fast travel, but that's just for you to go one place.
Should have brought me wellies.
To the next. And oh!
Line them up.
This is disgusting. I just slid in it too. That's even worse. He helped me out. Thank you.
Piss on it.
What am I supposed to do? I can't go through the door.
Oh shit!
I gotta go through the other side. So that's I have to walk through this shit. Gross. Oh, we're getting some first-person parkour elements. Or climbing, I guess you can see.
Ooh-wee. Somebody there? Oh, fuck off!
They said help me, that's crazy. It's the exploder.
Quick, get it up!
Peyton.
Oh, lovely. You got it all sorted.
I had a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm Patton.
Jacob, I owe you, fella.
Hey, no need. Just glad I got to you on time.
What are those balloon people?
Beats me. First, there's I Colin. Like walking bombs. Welcome to Shangri-La. Oh, it's okay. You can leave your shoes on.
Nice.
Oh, shit, sorry.
How's
Nice
Fast Pump
mate's
going?
day off.
I can tell. Nice, cool. How long you been hiding out here?
Oh, how long? Yeah, long time. Oh, after the war.
Why are you so close to my face?
Yeah, well, people are jerks. Which turkey shoot?
Gulf War? I flew helicopters. My bird got shot down. Could have been a lot worse.
Wow, big film buff, right?
No, why? I gotcha. Yeah, man, no shit, huh? I like the movies. You know, I get a little bit, obsessed maybe sometimes. Oh, you like horror movies?
I did.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, why don't we watch Omen to Kill, man? Omen to Kill, only one of the greatest movies ever made. I've only seen it like 20 times, man.
I just shot Emma Jones, PA.
No fucking way. Emma John, she's still here? What's she like? I hear she's really great. Well,
Well, people are different in real life. If you went over, promise not to shoot her staff, might be safer there.
what? No. Why would I do that? I mean, this is my home.
Patton, stuff has changed. We can't survive this by hiding.
I really want to watch Omen to Kill, man. Huh? That's a really great movie. Come on, sit yourself down. I'm gonna find the DVD. It was here somewhere. I was only watching it the other day. Where is Omen to Kill? Yeah, found it. Come on. Will you please watch it with me?
I'm needed in Santa Monica. They're gonna juice me for a vaccine. Is there a way through?
Maybe. I mean, it's a long way.
It's the only way.
You know, I could, yeah, maybe I could, just, I could, I'm sorry. I really need to watch Omen to Kill.
You do you. No sweat. I'll be fine.
You want to follow the signs for the Venice storm tank?
Roger, roger. Lock the door after me, yeah?
I thought he was gonna come with us and help, but he looked very frantic and very not in this world at all. Weapons can be repaired. Yes, I know. I can't go back inside though? Damn. Brentwood Sewers. Brentwood Sewers. Let's fix up some stuff. I can't do that one. Scrap it. That's the 180 though. That does damage, but I can't fix it, so we're just scrapping it. More medkits. I find a lot of blueprints, but for some reason I can't.
Here we go. Venice storm.
I can't do anything with them. So I don't know. Does this game autosave? It does, right?
Hey!
Because what time is it? I'm about to go get my food.
It's Jacob.
It's about to be 11.
Go ahead. This is like... I'm, making my way through the sewer system.
Making my way downtown.
The sewers? Yeah, alone. As in, by myself.
I hope you're right. When you reach Santa Monica, head for the Sterling Hotel on Ocean Avenue. I'll be waiting.
Sterling Hotel?
How fast can we get there?
I'll see you for dinner. Oh.
You know, one thing I forgot to change was my blocking to my dash. That's what I forgot to add, which would have been really important in this place. What's over here? Another one-hit kill.
This is a substantial piece of ironmongery. Red lights equal big trouble. Main septic tank is full of, well, best not think.
It's just locked.
So, hydrostatic management system.
I don't know what those words means, but alright.
Hydrostatic... Oh, Jimmy Flip. This is the place.
Anything here? Anything here?
Damp safety valve. This is going to need impeccable timing.
I don't even know what I need to do right now. I remember this part. It's not fun.
So, add up
That's
to
not
match the required pressure.
good. Oh, I got balance it. Okay. Got balance it out. Okay. How do I know it's balanced? $45, okay. 55. Oh, back to 10 already. Yeah, that's quick. Is it not fun because it's a puzzle, or is it not fun because it just takes too long?
Okay, that's the leaks dealt with.
I got to 55. I need 75 exactly. Okay, go down to 0. Okay. Break that shit. This is 20. This is 10. 55. 45. Damn it, still didn't do it. Okay, 45. 20, 40. Where you come from? So you can do 45.
Scratch too.
Did it! I don't know how long that took, but we did it.
Blockage shifted.
Alright, done. That wasn't that hard.
Safe.
Oh, I gotta defend myself. That's what's hard. Gotcha. Oh damn, that killed me. I made it, but I died.
Oh, you all want to claim the credit. Typical.
I have the parts to make more rounds, but for some reason I can't make more rounds. I don't know why. Thanks for the medkit. Bye bye. That's what she sounds like. Bye bye. I'm just using. Just use her just to kill all the other zombies, and then you're good. You basically don't gotta do anything. You know? Is there more of them? Oh yeah, there's two. There's one. I just threw her into her and then she exploded. That's so gross.
Right, job's a good one. Onward.
That wasn't that hard. Oh, that was pretty casual. I hate the dude with the bugs though. That dude's annoying. Alright, I'm gonna eat my food now. I'll be right back. It's 11 o'clock. Well, it's like 10:30. I'm dragging it. Dragging it. Put the burger in the oven.
Oh, the guff gets worse. Great idea, guys. Flush a million dissolved Angelinos down the toilet.
Shut up. Can you go in here?
Okay. I'm connecting the dots. These big boys are bloated with caustic meat guff.
Yes, they are. And I have no more ammo to my gun. Molotov cocktail? Can't go wrong with that. Oh, good. Pick it up. Oh, I don't need it. Where's the Molotov? That's great. Fall right where I don't need it to fall. This is where your gun will come in handy, right? You think I can meet that jump? Okay. They only one or the two of them? I can't even tell. There's two of them, right? Oh, it's all an acid. I don't even think that killed them. They didn't do shit to this dude. Ugly fat ass. Is that rude to say? I don't think so. He's just standing in the fire. Okay, that was pretty easy. No complaints there. Yeah, dropped it. Okay. That was all that was here. Oh, I need a breaker panel. I need to check on my burger. It's showing burnt. And the cheese is probably not burning too, you know? Trying to find a breaker battery if I can. I know how to power the gate. The hell's in here? Oh. Where would I get one? Stop it, stop. Drop it. Pistol ammo, pistol rounds, inventory full, inventory full, inventory full. Oh, I find it. It's right there. The crowbar is so good.
Oh joy.
Oh, that's not a circuit. I just a battery. I need a circuit breaker. And my burger's probably burning. I need to go check on it. I'll be back. I'm back. Time to eat. Take a little break. Excuse me. We're going to make it to the next checkpoint and then we're going to raid out. It's already 11. I need to open that gate. Excuse me. Where am I going to find a fuse? Oh, keep jumping in there.
Burn, shit guffers, burn!
Okay, not this room. Oh no, it is this room. Circuit
Lovely.
fuse. Oh. There's a monster on the other side. What's that? Dagger? I don't know. Oh! Stupid. Ah! Pass up pieces of precious goods and come on top of it could have broke. Alright, let's get this done with. He made everything. He put everything on fire.
Oh,
not again.
Oh, Mum, what's this? This must be the
Open
main septic
the
tank.
giant gate to hell.
Lovely. Alaka
Enter
fucking
the heart of darkness. Before we enter hell, let me find some resources first. Whatever that was, I don't need it. You just eating protein bars off the ground. Very unsanitary. Very unsanitary. That just sounded like Kermit right there. What do I need from the other side? How you finding this sewer is pretty easy. Not that difficult just yet. But let's see what happens. That could change. I really cannot reach that.
Lovely. How am I supposed to line this shit up, Sam?
Wow, I really cannot get up there. I'm not going through there yet, so I'm not rushing right now. How are you supposed to get up there?
Fuck. That went right through me.
This is crazy.
Oh man, stop it! Fuck. The place is crawling.
What do you mean run for it? Where do I run?
Bloated motherfuckers. Come on, Jay. Find a way through.
Snorlax, what's up? Thank you for the raid. 5 ratings from Snorlax. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing? How was stream? These zombies are really weak, dude.
Too many.
But I'm kicking everybody's asses right now, so we chilling. I'm just kicking everybody's ass right now. And I'm not taking names. I'm going the wrong direction. You need to calm down. You all need to calm down.
Stay away from me. Move it, Jay. Move.
Bro, this wrench is clutch. It's the best weapon right now.
Oh God, I'm gonna hurl.
You want a piece of my wrench? Just broke your leg off. Ooh, 236.
Out of my fucking way.
What he said.
You're not home yet, Jay.
We're not, but we close.
Hello? This is Dr. Reed. Are you receiving?
We have more ammo, finally.
Roofs! The sewers is bursting with zombies. They've all been drawn to this growing mass of meat.
This growing mass of meat.
Kill it.
It's just a giant scrotum.
What missing biomass?
Doesn't matter now. We need to get out of there.
Already on it. Ciao, Rubes. I'll be in touch.
Level 14! Alright, let's get all our weapons back in order. I have no ammo for these guns, and I don't know how to get more ammo. It's already at 205. It doesn't need no more. It doesn't need no more upgrading. But I can't get no more ammo, and I don't know how to do that. Besides just finding them, I guess. God, this gun is sweet. What's in this room? Am I supposed to be going this way? Yes, I am. I love how I missed completely. Okay, I guess Snorlax just raided and then left. No dumb shit better happen. I'll be very upset. If this shit falls from underneath us and we just gotta fight some giant ass zombie, I'm gonna be very upset.
Straight across.
I
Look down.
freaking knew it, dude.
I am still mountain. Like very smooth. Not a ripple.
Here you are. I've been looking for you.
Who's that?
Jolly good. Do I know you?
Know me?
Conrad?
More than you realize.
Look, let's do the introductions of this,
Oh, what the hell?
Do you feel that? Pulsing in your marrow. Like a promise.
Hey? How the hell did they get here?
What the hell's happening?
I'm going to Santa Monica. Right? I'm leading through that door. Don't make me go through you.
You've got your eyes wide shut. Clinging to the edge of the pool. Too afraid of drowning. I'm gonna have to help you let go.
I'd rather not. Careful! Don't do it! Ah! 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 Ah!
Who are these people? I have some. Wait, what? I have some type of power now? What's happening? Wait, what the hell is this? I can turn into a zombie too? Blood rush. I thought I got turned into a zombie too.
This ain't right.
Fury mode unlocked. Build up Fury by killing zombies and performing counters. Once your Fury meter is full, press left and right stick to enter Fury mode. Unleash your inner zombie and rip apart anything standing in your way. Oh, cool. Okay, nice.
I need to talk to that doctor in Santa Monica.
I don't want the claws. There's anything else to pick up? I don't think so. Adhesive? Lock. It's just locked? Pull the lever, Crunk. It's just still locked. Alright, I thought that was gonna open. I need a lot of energy. I know what to do. What else? What was that? What's that? Oh. Is the carrier for the food. And now she's dead.
Out of the valley of death.
That wasn't that hard. That was pretty quick actually. I did die one time though.
Oh,
and we back outside, baby. That did not take long at all.
Civilization. Nearly there.
Nearly. Keyword. Shut up. The screamer is a skater girl. It's a rollerblader. No, oh dang. I wasn't trying to make her scream, dude. Shut up! Ah, I died with healing! I died mid-heal. That's crazy. I died mid-heal. The fact that I died mid-heal kind of sucks. Can we go in here? Yep. Another blueprint. Uncommon drink liqueur mods. So I'm assuming we got Molotov cocktails now. Oh, we need to buy them. Forgot about that. That raid came and left. Still appreciate the raid though. I kind of... It's crazy because raiding people doesn't really do anything besides just you getting followers or like people to like talk to. But most of the time, people don't really stay when people rate out. They just like, okay, the streamer that I was currently watching is done. No matter what they try to do. So I was like, rating is a weird thing. Where in hella A are you? Hella are you? That's weird.
Not funny. Same as the hotel. This must be near the end of an evac route.
That was the next line. Man, Venice Beach, baby!
Venice.
Where's our skateboards at?
That's south of Santa Monica, right?
Where's our skateboards at? Gotta go shred Venice Beach. Santa Monica is miles up the coast from here. Find a place to rest up. We finally outside. Oh, we're in LA.
Oh, sweet hallelujah. Survivors. Going
Shout
mad
out
talking to
to
themselves.
survivors on the roof. I just want to close the noise. This is where me and Jesus stopped playing. Why? What happened? What made you stop playing? I really enjoyed this game. This game is pretty fun. Can't lie. I'm having fun with it. There's a way to get up there. I know there is. It's gotta be. But we wasn't meant to finish it co-op, but he ditched. I used the drop kick ability. It was OP. They probably patched it though. They probably patched it. So it was broke. Oh, okay, got you. I got you. You guys should definitely try to play it again. You should definitely try to see if you can play it again. I just fell down. I did. How do I get it there? Let's try it again. You think you can run and jump that? Oh yes! Let's go! Let's go, baby! If you can parkour in real life, you can parkour in video games. That was so clutch. No, this game is fun. Oh, they can't get in. Oh, they can. Damn. They broke the window? That's what I was gonna do. Can cause of the PS? Oh. That sucks. There's always something. Always something. Shut up, I hear you. Oh, I didn't hear her though. Don't bring your electricity over here. I don't need that right now. Alright. I did not do that. That was not me. How would I get up there?
Yo! You okay, bruv? Why are you on the roof?
You just called him bro. I did not. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. They probably patched it. Oh, I read that. Thank you for 10 bits. Ah, you die, stupid. I can't move. You got me in the corner. Let's go. I'm unstoppable. I'm unbeatable. I am victorious. Can you slide under that, man? Oh, that was close. That was close. I thought you could. I thought you could. Alright, let's do here. Doesn't look like I can't go through. I can't go inside the building. Oh, it was just the back of this. Damn. There's no. I can't get inside. Oh shit. That was really close. Needs Joe's secret stash key. I don't know who Joe is. Okay, that was really close. I could have died. I don't think we can get there. I don't. Well, I need Joe for his keys. I love the parkour aspect. That's my favorite part. I just love jumping. I didn't get dumb though. But how would I get up there? I know they said I gotta clear out the parking lot. I know that, but big niggas just keep popping up. And I don't have enough ammo for all that. And this chick wanna be screaming. get the big guy out the way. It'll be fine. Alright. I'm ready. Damn it! There's still another one. Where's the other big guy? You know, okay, y'all need to chill and leave me alone. There was 3 of them. Oh my god. Yeah, act for it. It doesn't even last long, but at least I took down the 2 biggest guys. Well, you ain't helping me, bro. So you can't talk. Oh my god. I need to heal. I'm regenerating, but I don't know how much you can regenerate. I thought, what the hell? There's not even a bench anywhere. Oh my god.
You coming back, right?
Yes, be quiet. You ain't helping. I gotta do this shit by my damn self. Oh, okay. That was so close. I just need somewhere that has a med pack. I wish I could ride the skateboards. I'm slowly just regenerating my health right now, and these big guys just keep spawning. Oh, help back! Bro, why y'all big ass freaks keep coming back here? No, you're not screaming no more. Shut up. You are causing me too many problems right now. What the? Damn it! It's always the big guys, man. Those annoying big dudes. Dude, do not ever use the block. The block is pointless. Always go with the freaking dodge. The block is a stupid card. That shit won't. That shit doesn't do anything for you. Bro, where's my other gun?
Hey, how do I close the fucking gate?
Breaker panel use power outage, find a circuit breaker and stuff. You couldn't just tell me that from the fucking beginning, my god. What weapon we dropping? So I'm picking up that gun. Alright, we need to find a circuit breaker. Or some shit. Or a freeze box. Gate buttons in that hut. In this hut? In this hut? This thing?
Fuck! I've literally blown it.
I think the breaker broke.
Bro! Why? Why? Bro, what the hell, bro? What does it say on the bottom? Close the gate before more getting. Yeah, I'm trying to. We need a breaker pan. I just gotta find one. Bro, these guys are so useless, it's crazy. I hate when you gotta do missions with NPCs and all they just do is nothing. They just stand there and then they try to give you some type of freaking help. I'm like, instead of just giving me some type, why don't you help actually? There won't be one on the roof, that'd be dumb. How do you die from that? That's the most dumbest death ever. Oh, what's up? You scared me actually. I didn't know the door was open. Sharp-witted. I'm gonna kill him myself. He's pissing me off. Where can I find a circuit breaker? Well, there's not that many stores we can go into.
Once I catch those breaker jugglers, I swear.
This game is pretty short, and I'm just flying through it right now. How... Dude.
Hey, please, get a move on!
I don't want to die, so I just had to go beast mode. And you're stupid! So how do I get in? Meet the Blue Crab Boys.
Come in, quick.
Yeah, sure.
I'm Kai. Excuse the mess. I'm doing my best. Go through, the guys are in there.
Ah, lovely.
Holy fuck, it's Jack the Giant Slayer.
Autographs later, if I'm still alive.
You want to blast on a Trent special?
Nah, your swag stinks of gusset.
Don't see any more of your swole bros, Alex.
They ain't my swole bros. How many fucking times?
Welcome to the Blue Crab. You're welcome to stay. We got plenty of real good food.
We could certainly do with your, techniques. You are not normal.
Yeah, top shelf all the way, bro. But I'm just sliding on through to the Sterling Hotel.
Yeah, you're screwed, man. That whole area was militarized. Miles of fences and razor wire. Checkpoints and... shit.
He still missed.
Plus the horde. Thousands of those ham brains trapped in the evac zone. Then there's the death pits.
Death pits. Listen to you assholes. The death pits. The emo motherfuckers.
We got enough problems right here. Zompocalypse kicked off the week of the strongman competition.
Giant fucking roid-soaked monsters everywhere. You know what I think?
What? Hey,
What
come on,
fucking thing, bud? I think.
Hey, guys.
That's why you never sit behind a window. In front and behind the window. In front of the window.
And then there were three.
I get the mop.
Okay, Mom. I'll help these boys.
I'm dead. Level 15, new Slayer card unlocked.
Hello? This is Emma. I'm trying to reach... Oh, this is stupid. Keep trying.
Emma Jaunt? What did I do now?
Okay. No need to tell the whole world it's me. Listen. I wanted to talk to you about poor dear Michael. I was upset. You didn't have to actually leave.
Too late now, I left.
Chill. I was leaving anyway.
Yes, well, if it doesn't work out, you're welcome back here.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate this call.
Chat, I'll be back.
Michael was a
I used the
guy.
bathroom. Or do I? I can hold it. That's fine. I can hold it.
Soon as they found out what you're really like, they'd all leave anyway.
Talking shit while the comms are still on. Classic. People never check. You always gotta make sure that you are done talking to the person that you talk to on the phone before you start talking shit. Oh, we got a lot of rare weapons. Hold on, I gotta move my chat. Move in the middle for now. Alright, what do we have? We got rare melee automatic mod. Gives a moderate physical damage boost. Successive hits to a zombie. Also applies the weaken effect. Instructions for the fabrication of rifle rounds. Yes. Increase forge, but reduce melee speed. No. I can only get 2. I got 60. I'm not buying no weapons. Alright. Use the bathroom. I'm back from the bathroom. But let's continue. We just bought some ammo. We need some other things? I don't think so. I don't think we need anything else. All I need is a workbench. Sure.
1 second Bud is here, next second no head, so no Bud. Man.
You guys aren't toe-to-toe material. What you need are guns.
Oh, we need our guns. Way to, like, defend ourselves. But, hey, you know, you could do us a solid.
Or I could do a poo later, after I've looted the police station out on the beach.
The police station out on the beach? We heard gunshots the other night, so we went to the roof to check it out. Some gnarly Alamo tier shit, man. Cops must have holed up there because they were blasting Z's away, but then, you know, nothing, silence. We tried to radio, see if they could, like, share supplies, but we got dead air, so, you know, they're probably Z's now. I mean, we only tried 911,
He's
so
definitely
maybe...
the pothead of the group.
Trent, you're rambling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
New side quest. Cold pork. Put this in the locker. That's level. This is level 6, and it still does crazy damage. I don't want to talk to you yet. You are the main mission. I just need a workbench. The fact that you're just gonna leave his body there. I came down here already. I didn't go in here though. Man, there's not even a workbench in here. A workbench in this place. Oh, we got fast travel. And we are only missing 4 more places. Open the door.
Feel that burn.
You want to take a break before you burn out.
Dylan won't be back. And Moose.
You named them?
They were my buddies.
They named themselves.
When our gym got overrun, we all ran. I always told them to work on their legs. They were too slow.
Slow?
They remember what I did. I know it.
None of these things remember anything.
So why don't they leave me alone?
'Cause your skull's full of juicy brains. Like Bud's was. Okay, look. I'll pay him a visit, then you boys should be okay. Yeah?
Yeah. We always used to hang out at the gym or the lot behind Lenny's. You could look there.
I'll take that as a yes.
Well, if we're out there anyway. But yeah, be careful. They're both really built. Up top, anyhow.
We'll have a chat once I get back.
I'm not moving,
For all these
Dylan.
character issues, Bud had it right. Giant, roid-soaked zombies.
Yeah, that's why we need guns. Big guns. Huge caliber guns, dude.
My folks were fully Haight-Ashbury, but...
There's gotta be a workbench in here, dude. Man! No workbench. Where can I find a workbench?
Dr. Reed. You there, man?
I copy. Where are you?
Venice. Running errands.
Okay. I know it can't be easy out there.
Story of my fucking life. Catch you on the bounce.
Well, for God's sake, be careful. We need you.
Damn, this is only 12:05. I don't want to waste nothing. Damn, alright. Joe! I got a whole pit of fire right here. I've been back for a little while. I'm just trying to find a workbench. There's a blob over there. Okay. I found them. Search the gym. I want to visit. I want to take a trip to Venice Beach. Never been to LA. I want to visit. Level 15. It's claw marine time. You know it. You already know what time it is. Why is she immune? What's happening? Why was she immune to the big wrench? Cut her head clean off. What the hell? Like, bro. Fucking computer, dude. What just happened? Everything just went dark and then just came back on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Like, I feel like everything just crashed. But everything is still working. So I don't know what just happened. I think the game crashed itself or something because the game's no longer popping up on the screen. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna close it. I mean, matter of fact, no, yeah, still can't do anything. What the hell? I'm gonna try to close it. Alright, I'm gonna try to reopen it. Because we was in the process of doing something and something just happened. I don't know what happened, but something happened. That it just made the game stop working. So I just closed it and I'm gonna reopen it to see if it's going to work again. Bro, why am I always getting gift subs to streamers that I never heard of or don't really watch? Like why won't people give my community some subs? You know? I'm always getting gifted subs to people that I don't really watch, but it's whatever. I appreciate it. Either or. Okay, let's see. Yes. Is it going to be placed to where I was? I hope so. Okay, where are we? Yeah. Alright, nice. Head down. Yes, okay. Search the gym.
Moose and Dylan sound like they can handle themselves. Best clear any onlookers, lest they fall to harm.
We're back! Everything's fixed. Everything is fixed. Okay, that did nothing. Get off me, woman.
Okay, now for the main event.
Check the gym for Moose and Dylan. Zombies nearby. Now all the zombies can come but on fire.
Patton?
What the hell?
Hey. Everything okay?
Believe it or not, you're gonna want to see this.
Okay, but only because it's you. And that's Paul Moose.
Oh, yeah. You knew him?
A fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy.
How did he get here before we did?
Anymore.
Oh my god.
And that's the point. Look at this.
What is that?
The wrong question, my friend. What you should be asking is, what does it do?
Okay. So, what does it do?
You see this?
A tiny hammer?
A tiny hammer now. But... behold...
Excalibur!
Right, don't book Las Vegas yet. My people will get in touch. Okay?
No, wait. It's just like in the movies. Watch.
Book Las fucking Vegas!
Right? It's insane! All this stuff, it does things.
It's changing their insides.
Yeah.
Changing my insides?
Well, I gotta get back.
Oh, that's how he came.
Down below.
Hey, mate, this is progress. Another week, you'll be some baby.
I'll keep trying stuff out. Oh, come by. Well, if you want to.
Sure. We'll do lunch and a movie.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, that's not happening.
Can't deny it any longer. I'm changing. Oh my.
Track down Billy. Find auto-fint blueprints as you explore LA and complete quests. Main zombies by slicing off their limbs to collect auto-obtained zombie parts. Customize your weapons with powerful perks and use the zombies' powers against them. Oh. We have a lot. We have a lot. How many are we missing? Oh, we're missing quite a couple more actually. Melee, the current mod, weapons that supports this mod. Rare melee, the current mod. Oh, that's okay. Uncommon, rare, uncommon. I have a lot of uncommon ones. What's this? Enhance, increase damage but reduces durability, increases durability and force but reduces attack speed. Increase attack speed but reduces force. Critical hits and heavy attacks do increase damage. Increase limb damage and durability.
Oh, Mum, what have I got into?
I don't know.
Am I changing? Are my bits changing?
My penis changing too? Oh my god. What's around here that I can take? Ooh, 225 for a scuffed pole? Damn. Oh, we have massive cocktails and caustic bomb. I couldn't say the other word for some reason. Alright, we need a bench. That's all I know. Bro, what is going on with the game? I just stopped moving. I'm just about to enter in. This is going insane. Shut up. Damn it, one's still alive. I don't want to waste my bullets on it. Why is it saving, bro? What is going on with the fucking game? And the controller just is not responding. This is annoying behavior. I need way more rounds. Nah, does? It's like I can't move. It's like I'm stuck or something. Alright. The stream is done. The stream is done for tonight. Because for some reason, the game is just being stupid right now. Video games, man. You love them, but you hate them at the same time. And I am starting to hate video games. They just give you the most unexpected problems out of nowhere. Like, everything was working fine the whole day. Like, the whole day. And then now it's want to give me problems. And I find that really annoying and stressful. Especially when it's about to be 1 o'clock. But that doesn't matter. We're about to raid out. I don't know who to raid out to though. If you guys got any suggestions on who I should raid out to, let me know. That's unfortunate. Yes, it is, but hey, shit happens. Dude, it was dude! I was literally attacking, and my character just stopped moving completely. Candy? Okay. Like it just stopped moving 2 times. And I don't want to deal with that right now, so. We're just gonna stream and start back up tomorrow. Where is she? I'm trying to find her. Take it easy, season. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed stream. I hope you guys had fun. I hope I wasn't boring. No, she's not too. Where the hell is she? I'm trying to find her. Found her. What's she doing? Welcome to my live atmosphere. But alright. The raid is about to start. I'll catch you all tomorrow. I don't know what time, but I know I'll be on tomorrow. Have a safe trip to sleep.